Why, hello there. Let's make sure everything is good. Get that adjusted. And that. Alright. Let's make sure you are happy down here. And then we'll figure out what we're getting into here in just a second. More coffee, that's what we're getting into. Come on now. Are you alive? There we go. Perfect. Okay. That one's good. This one is good. Alright. Love it. So. We are moderately blurry now. Cool. Cool. Let's fix that really quick. Just, come on. Just behave yourself. Okay. Alrighty then. We broke some tests, is what we did last time. And we need to go fix those up. I forgot to go ahead and start the database. Let's do that, because we'll need it here in a minute while I'm thinking about it. Okay. Like so. We've got a bunch of things in the works here. But we were getting tests back up and running first before we pushed on, because we should be done in theory with the game map changes, I believe. Because we lifted them up into the looking and stuff, we lifted up into the world manager itself. So let's continue on that path. I need you to stop flickering in the corner of my vision and driving me insane. Thank you. OBS is a little cranky sometimes. Okay, so you to where I can still see things. Make sure that's all good, and it seems to be okay. So we need to move, that's right, because our game map no longer has look. We basically need... Oh, right, we had a problem with creating test maps. That was an issue for us. Because we can pull this over, but this is a problem. But we do still need it over here, right? New test map for room look only. Yeah, we need it for this. I suppose I could pull the test map out. I don't love that idea, though. This, yeah, this is pretty complicated. Because we have to build up a test map. Crap. I think the most correct thing to do, because this guy got pulled out, which is still correct. I still want the game map to be a distinct module from World Manager. It shouldn't be an internal there. We need to be careful about who can import it, but still. There's no need to nest it if it doesn't really need to be nested. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna do... It's like a testing module. It doesn't really need to be internal, though. It could be at the root of server. Will that allow me to import... Let's call you test map. And this shouldn't be... They like us to have lower cases, so we'll go with that. So this should be able to come over here. Okay. You, we don't know what you are because you need to be game map. Like so. Like so. Ooh, but then these are... that's right. I remember this now. These are private. Crap. And they should remain private. Like, nobody should be messing with these butt map, really. My camera again? Seriously? Oh, there it goes. Okay. You. We can create you. We just need to give you a file, right? Or not a file, a config. Oh, it does take a file path. Okay. That's not the end of the world. But if we can use load map, then all of this kind of becomes pointless, right? I think that's where we got to on Monday, basically, is that understanding. So it's good we have refreshed our memory. Let's chuck this. I don't think I'm going to do that. And because this only lives in test, I can't call that. Even though it's public, right? New test map, game map. Is there maybe a different syntax that actually does allow us to do this? Let's see here. As long as the files are next to each other, you can call the function without needing to import explicitly. That one doesn't help me. Package with the utilities for testing is the best way here, but can't do that. Importing API from Tesco functions and other... Okay, so this is a proposal from 2020. That seems like a promising answer. Using a common package is the right approach. Presumably, when we import a package, we normally want to be able to refer to testing functions. Exactly. Even from test code, we normally want to use the standard package API, not a testing API. That does make sense, right? So if we were to support this, we'd need some additional mechanism to say import the testing API for package foo. But few people would ever use that mechanism. So if the need is unusual, there's a way to do it by using a shared package. I don't see a compelling reason to add this feature. Even when I use a shared package, I still have to include test-only code along with production code, so it can be used by other packages, which seems like a bad practice. No change in consensus, so declined duplicate of this one. Like I said, this is safe to show. Shouldn't be anything horrible in a GitHub comment. I'm always afraid of just, you know, rogue accidental search results. Definitely feel the problem that there isn't a good place to put shared text fixtures. Yep. It'd be weird to introduce such a major change to the behavior packages just for tests. Yeah, I can see that. Tests become so large that they start accumulating their own types, helpers, etc. They should be factored out into their own package. Sorry. Okay. So no is the answer. There is no way to do this. It has been brought up multiple times. Shut up. I know. Oh, actually, did they fix? Nope, still broken. Cool. Love that. Like, we could put it inside of map. But it has to be within game map itself. We can at least help ourselves. By putting it in here. Everything imported here. And theoretically, it shouldn't get included if it's only used for testing, I think. But like, you can still reach out and grab it. I don't love it, but it's kind of the only way to establish the testing we want around this, right? Because it deals with setting up a mock map without driving on a config file. The other way we'd have to do this is we'd have to build a config file, which we don't have the code to do anymore, and it would become unmaintained quickly because it would be different from the code we use to build config files normally, which is in the editor, right? When they were shared, when they both shared the same Go module, it was less of a concern. But now, it's got to be that way. So, doing that doesn't really gain us anything. I will only for testing need a way to cleanly mock up a map in tests that can be imported in tests that require a working map to operate. So the other problem that I've just thought about is we can duplicate this, that's fine. Because it's not huge. Or we could pull it out. That might be valuable. So let's put our testing back. We'll put you over here. And then we need to export you. Or make you public, whatever you want to call it. Oh, and you know what? I think I just stepped on top of... Yeah. Let's call you instead test helpers. There. And we will... do the same there. And that's going to break my import. We'll fix that. That's okay. Oops, there we go. That goes away. And we're going to find get character notifications. We're going to replace that with that. There we go. Camera, why you do this? There we go. Okay. And we're going to have to do the same thing over here. Which should only be a couple. What the hell was that? Hang on one second. Okay. So, there's an electrician working next door. So if I disappear, it's because power went out because they messed up. And then I gotta fix this because... You. Okay. So. Oops. What happened there? Oh, because we changed it manually. Okay. That's fine. This is going to have to get massaged around because we don't have the test map look. We need to feed this to a test thing. Whatchamacallit here. Let's just kind of noodle through here. Hang on. Okay, so we put that over there. That means only these guys are broken. Okay, perfect. Now, quick look, room only. We also need to... If we do this... like so... That should get that fixed up. There we go. Okay. Now, let's kind of just find our way through this. So we've got our characters. We need to build in the test, we need to build a test world manager. And let me just double check here. I don't think anything... Nothing is gonna need the test database in here. I don't think. So we should be able to get rid of all of that. Okay, that's fine. What did I... It's just new. We get a config. Our log is test logger, our config directory. You don't load anything, right? World manager. Oh no, you load the map. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it this way. Okay. Log. Foobar, whatever, that's fine. This guy. Test map. Here you are. Already up there. Perfect. Okay. Except for this needs to be a list of pointers. And we can do test map. Like so. This is test logger. Sorry, my bad there. Okay. So then we still build the quick look event, right? Game events event, because here we handle event, game events. Yes, perfect. Okay. So here, instead of this, handle event, right? Yo, how's the mud? It's going along. Just getting things, just squared away, in order, more maintainable, easier to understand. How's things with you? Okay. And now the character, because we're looking at the character's data that comes out. The only thing, because we put them at 0, yeah, I think everything actually should just work fine. But we won't know until we fix the rest of these guys. But that's going to look a lot like using this and then just dropping things into place. It's the beauty of handle event, the way we've kind of wired this up for ourselves. This, however, we need to fix this up. I forgot about that. Tile at, though. That's Dart. There we go. So we give you 0, 0. Get room data instead. That's fine. The rest of that can still be. So we only really need to change. We just have to get tile at instead of this isn't, that's fine. This is just test map because we changed that to be a pointer as well to the map. It figures that out for us, right? One of them. What's still missing here? Tile at. Oh, yeah. Right? No. Do I have the wrong number? No, you should have been there. No. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Incorrect paren count. Okay. So, we're still... we don't need that. We're still on track, I think. Not bad, thanks. Excellent. What you been working on lately? Task manager, handle event, look event. Task manager, handle event, look event. Nothing internal there. Okay. Manager, handle event, look event. Alright, let's see. Let's see if we've managed to correctly pull them over. Get them passing. Ooh, it's looking pretty good. There was an error looking at the room. Second character look results incorrect. Wanted, there's no test user here. Got, there was an error looking at the room. Okay. Interesting. And that's probably because... No, you used to be 1 by 1 still. Let's do... Oh, we need to do this. Error handling look event. We need to put this on all of them. And initially we actually forgot to handle the error too, I think. No, it was in that one. Interesting. I guess I just forgot it on some of them. That's fun. Glad I caught that. You're handled. Well, I bombed an interview. That was fun. Froze up and couldn't answer an easy leak code question with stacks. Gotcha. Well, that's kind of just a thing, you know? Okay. So, we didn't get an error. Interesting. But also, like, you know, maybe it's a good thing in disguise. Do you really want to work someplace where they're still doing leak code? Looking for the glass half full there, you know? Okay. There's no test user here. There's an error looking at the room. So when we handle this, that should be returning an error if it was there. Handling the room look data. Get room data. Character. Result data. There is no test user here. Yep. A mentor of mine once said to just keep interviewing just cuz to keep tabs on the market. I'm glad I don't have a product manager breathing down my neck. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there's not only to keep tabs on the market, but just to like at this point, I'm normally the kind of guy that I get a job and I just work that job until it becomes miserable and I hate it again. Which usually happens when they like replace management and stuff like that, or you know, they sell the company to some VC jerk, and they get to drive the decisions, you know, and everything sucks. But like after this latest bout of unemployment and the job market and the way we've been treated, I'm kind of in the forever interviewing band camp. And all the RTO and all the nonsense. Okay, so we're getting the event handled. It's just that there's an error looking at the room. So that's going to have to be in get room data. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. We should have our looker quick look sorted out. Get exit info. Where do we return? Data. There was an error looking at the room. Oh, it wouldn't be tile. Silly. There was an error looking at the room. Best matches? No, but no error was returned. Ah, okay. That should have been handled by our fall through. But I've obviously made a mistake. Oh, error getting tagged tile message matches. Okay, return the results. It's just a text notification. Yep, culture flips after VC involvement or leadership changes, and people who were once nice suddenly turn into jerks. Yeah, you can get that. And sometimes that's just like because they're constantly getting beat up and they're just cooked. They're cooked basically, you know. Like a crappy work environment affects everybody. It makes everybody kind of grumpy, you know. So target tags. Look result. Okay. Get tag matches. Best match. I guess I didn't. I must have gotten rid of it somewhere. There is no... Oh, I did. Okay, interesting. Exactly, it's a survival mode thing. Yeah. Okay, so we did get rid of that along the way somewhere. Which means that this is indeed... Best match is nil, but no error return from tile. Get tag matches. So this is actually... There was no matching tag in the room. So it's not going to be an error here. And data... What did we used to return? Game map test. Character not in room. It was still a look result that we returned. Okay, cool. So we're right there. We just need to sprint F. Hey Terrace, how's it going? And say there is no here. I don't know if I can spread that like that. I can't. So... we can do... I'll be going on vacation soon, so I might lose my streak. I mean, you could always just, strings, new builder. Oop. Just join from your phone, you know. Was it not new builder? What's the syntax? Are you going anywhere fun? Golang string builder. Schedules might not align. That's true. That's true. It's just strings dot builder. Denver, Colorado. Nice. Where are you? Strings package here. Builder. Example. Just give me the goods here. Strings dot builder. Okay. var b strings builder right string. Okay. We can do that. I'm not offended by that syntax. So we're gonna write string. There is no, and then for I don't care about the index tag range. Target tags, right, tag, right string that is, tag, if, actually I do care about the index, if I less than len target tags -1 SB write a rune, space rune. Afterwards, SB write string here. Data equals SB dot string. That way we build the output of the tags that they put in there, however many, and shoot it back. So now there is no test user here. Oop. Oh, we did a quoted string before. Ooh. Ooh. I also forgot to do this. I mean, that's fine. We can still do that. I don't know if I love that or not, but we can go with it until we decide. There we go. Okay. That'll take care of that. We'll probably want in here yeah. But yeah, Denver, Colorado. Nice place. When I was a kid, we actually lived in Colorado. I don't remember a ton of it. I was pretty young at the time. I remember the mountains. And I was actually in Golden or Fort Collins like 5-6 years ago for a friend of mine's wedding. It was a very nice little town. Okay, so we've got these guys moved over here. Oh, wait, no. We only have... No. I'm lost. I got distracted thinking about Colorado. So, quick look only. You. Room look only. Character in room by ID, and character not in room. Okay, so these all can go over here. Right? Everything good now. They can go away from that side. Let's see here. I think we can now... I'm going to leave that alone. I think we can now use... that all looks good. Server. I think we can now just use GoTest to run all of them. Make sure everything's happy here. And we can commit this. No, we've got bad entries and cleanup entries. Huh? What else is still broken? I want to get this committed pretty soon here, because it is a big chunk of work. Internal game map. Internal cool... Oh, it's cooldowns. Cooldowns is broken. Okay. Cooldowns test. Let's take a look here. I got a new idea. What if enter key moves you not to a new line at the bottom of current line, but at the top? You mean like in the client or in general? I forgot to turn that off. Okay, whatever. I was trying to look up what mud means. Do you reference multi-user dungeons? Yes. And if you're talking about in the client, then I'm against that, because when you're typing, why are we writing top to bottom? Let's do it from bottom to top. Because that's the way pages work. Like in the client, I'll show you what I'm talking about. Hang on. New window. For one, it's not how reading and writing works, right? But reset the canvas. So in the client, for a mud game, you've got your window, you've got the output, right? And then you've got the input box here. Your focus when you're using it is here, more or less. That's what your eyeballs are looking at, right? If you were to put it up top in this instance, then new things are happening here while you're trying to type here, right? So your focus gets badly split from top to bottom, whereas if they're happening here, your focus stays right in this area. Let's see here. If you want a continuous list of things like a journal or to-do, you want most recent stuff to be on top. I was just thinking about to-do list or mix of to-do and log. Okay, yeah. So kind of the same thing happens, right? Like if you think about, like, stack traces are backwards, right? And that kind of makes more sense because the last thing that happened, you're unwinding it, you know? But it's still a thing that's early on difficult to get accustomed to, you know? But like a to-do list, well, a log is easier to read in chronological order. In the order that things happened, right? Then for like a to-do list, like personally, I want like things, I want to check them off. Like, we're done. This whole thing goes away. I don't care about it anymore, right? It makes no difference to me of, you know, what those past things really were. And you can kind of see the same thing happen in like the project board, right? The Kanban board, where like I've got this and it's like the most recent things, and I just archived everything that was in there because I don't care anymore. It's done. I can go find it if I need it for some reason. But like the things that were interesting have already been taken care of. You can bring in typing focus for typing on a virtual keyboard right on top of keyboard. And then your keyboard will be over top of the text too, right? Let's see here. I'll leave that open. Did I just... I did. You need to go back. There we go. I have a web page where I'll be testing this. Cool. Okay. World Manager test. Okay, so that's there. We do need to add other stuff. We were looking in cooldowns here. Specifically, cleanup entries, values first, index expired. And did we... I thought these were fixed after we refactored things, but maybe not. Yep, they're still failing. Okay. Cleanup time is time now. Cleanup entries, cleanup time. If take time is after expires at... Why did I think cleanup time used to be more more referenced. This is 10 minutes ago. We can do that. Makes no sense anymore. Clean up entries. We lock if tick time, which is this, is after the expires at. Expires at time.now, add, -10 minutes. Bad entries length, wanted 3, got 1. Expires at now, add 10 minutes. Add entry. Add entry. Oops. Let's see here. Oh. No, test character ID. Different transit IDs. Append. This needs to be new test tracker at test char ID. Right? Oh, no. Entries, there we go, is the thing at there. Okay. That's weird that that was in there. I must have just not run these yet. Okay, that'll fix that. Cool. So we just need to go fix that in the other things because we made this a map instead of a list. It is still entries, though. I forgot about that. Okay, and test char ID, test char ID. Okay, perfect. That should fix these. Nope. Should not have found first entry, but did. Okay. This is wrong. I must have copy-pasted these to get them cleaned up and not come back and finished. Should have found first entry, but did not. Should not have found a second entry, but did. Okay. In fact, I'm almost certain that this was because we had failures and things wouldn't compile. Okay, so last index expired. We should find the first. We should find the second. We should not find the third. Bad result. Should have found first entry, but did not. This is should not have found third entry, but did. Okay. Did I miss something here? Should not have found third entry, but did. Did I make you third entry 10 minutes ago? Clean up entries, clean up time. We don't need that. Can actually take you out of this one as well. Yeah. Like so. Alright, perfect. Now you... 10 minutes ago we had 3. Ah, okay. It is... True, this is 0, then we're supposed to delete it. It didn't get deleted. And I think this is the culprit. That's why we tested the bounds here. Make sure we didn't screw up. So if it's in the end, we put itself right back into there. And then we reslice. So that should still... That should still chop it off. I would think. So I have my entry. 1555. Which, yep, that's 10 minutes ago. So then my entry list is only 2 elements. And then if my length is entry list is 0, then I clean you up entirely for that character ID. Entry list is tracker entries. That's what I've done here. There's my mistake. There. I believe. Oop, nope, no. Entry list. This is, tracker entries at the ID is 0. Delete it. And that's why we didn't have any, transits in here. It just failed to clean up. Okay. That still didn't quite fix it. Clean up entries map. Okay. The entries is the map of ID and to a list of things. So we go through here, we chop that off, and then entry list. Oh. Are these the same? I used the same ID, didn't I? Test character ID. That's still fine. What's going on here? Now I'm more confused. We did catch a thing there. That's good. So, my entries, test character ID, entries, only one, key is the IDs, the value is... Okay. So I'm overlooking something still in my entry list. My assignment here is incorrect, I think. Length is 3, 0, 1, 2. The third one here should be going away. Entry, so it does, though. But it doesn't get assigned back. This needs to be not entry list. Why did it work in the other cases then? This needs to be tracker entries at ID is that. Well, actually, you leave that. We can do it. We have to recreate it and reassign it back anyway. Well, that should fix it, I think. Yeah. But if we have to do that anyway, then why don't we just... Like, we could just build another one and filter it instead of reslicing. So we could do this, and then our entry. So it's a map of UUID to I need you to go away for a second so that I can get my quick doc here. Cooldown entry. Okay. So we can just continue there, right? Instead of reslicing. Then we won't need to know about I. Entry range, yada yada yada. If the length of... Oh. Append new list, entry. Only keep entries... Oh my gosh, I can't spell. Only keep entries that have not yet expired. And then this, if length of new list is greater than 0, tracker entries add ID equals new list. That to me seems a lot more readable. And everything should still pass. Cooldown entry. Oh, that's right. Needs to be that. Okay. Cleanup entries map. Should not have found first entry, but did. So that would break that. Why would that break that? Oh, because we leave an empty list if we do this. Or an unchanged list, rather, I should say. So this actually just needs to go back to where it was. But we need to base it on new list. So we got our new list, we loop through, we filter out anything that has expired. If the length is 0, then we delete you from the entries list. Otherwise, we set that. Well, do I want to do... Let's do that. If it's empty, delete it. Otherwise, add it. I think that's easier to read. I don't know if it matters one way or the other for performance, and benchmarking is kind of a lie when you're streaming anyway, so... Setting it all up to just have shaky data seems silly. We'll worry about that later. Okay. That should fix all of our stuff. Yes, perfect. Let's also, just because we want to know, throw a test at it with the race flag so that we can figure out if we have added any data races, which we shouldn't have. We've been pretty careful. And we're golden. Love it. Okay. Got a whole bunch of work here. So, refactor the event handling to be done in the world manager. Not just event handling. The look search event handling. So you're making a mud game once you're done with engine? Yes. That is the plan. We're going to have probably like a day dedicated to like game design thinking and planning and roughing in a game design document and all that good stuff. Pretty soon, actually. Like, as soon as we can get a couple more of these core pillars in a state where I like them. Yeah, like a stream, pretty much where we just do game design stuff and figure out kind of what we want to shape it as, shape it to. Figure out things like, you know, do we want to have classes or do we want to do something else? Like, how do you get started in the game? Given 1 hour to save the world, I would spend 55 minutes defining the problem and 5 minutes solving it. I mean, yes and no, right? Like, the game design people speak highly of the game design document. And I see the value in having an idea of where you're going and what you want to accomplish that is written down, right? But it's also kind of waterfall-y, so I don't know that I love as strict and formal as they seem to want it to be. But we're gonna kind of experiment. We're gonna learn things. We're gonna fuck around, find out. But having an idea of the things we want to accomplish and the way we want things to work will inform the rest of the stuff, like classes, like, you know, what sword, like, what does a wizard look like in this game, right? And how do we accomplish making a skill thing that wants to be um, generic enough to handle both of those things, right? To where it fits to be able to swing a sword and cast a spell and everything works. Think you should be doing whatever you want. The main goal is to have fun. Well, I mean, yes, but you want to set yourself up for success. Documentation and things like that are a big part of that. Because otherwise, in 2 months, when you're in the depths of trying to tear apart your skill system because of an oversight, you don't remember what the original decision was, right? Your one-day approach to game design reminded me of a quote I heard 2 days ago. What's that? Happiness in what you're doing is path to success? Yes. Yes. That's why I keep telling people, they say, well, what should I build? Whatever is interesting to you. Being interested is going to carry you through the difficulties. 55-minute... Okay, gotcha. Yeah. Okay, so in the world manager, fix all the broken tests, pull the test map creator out. It can be used in other tests. Also pull out the character message waiter for use in other tests. Pickup. Okay, here we go. Let's go with that for now. Okay, so that gets us back to working with things in a better place and decisions being made in a better way. The other part of this particular task is going to be getting the character state machine running on game events instead of yet another event system in here, as we kind of coalesce things down and get them in a better pattern, right? Trying to avoid having map, which it did happen where map doesn't directly call characters anymore in some cases, but anyway, some of that got moved to game management. Either way, having that not have access to characters has proven to be a big misstep. It caused way more problems than it solved, and I'm much happier with the way things are shaping up here. Okay, so it is getting humid and sticky and gross in here, so I'm going to get a beverage really quick and turn on my dehumidifier, and I'll be right back. There we go. Hopefully that didn't add too much to the background noise. Got a fan on pretty low, but it's It's getting warm here now. Let's fix you again really quick. So I got up and now you're halfway blurry. I tried cleaning the lens and stuff the other day. It doesn't seem to have helped. There we go. Okay. I was wondering if maybe it's like it had spots on it and it was starting to try to focus on them or something, but no such luck. All right, so we have this events. Let's tidy up this stuff. We don't need that. Might need game map still. We shouldn't need that. Game events probably still. World manager probably. Maybe that. That shouldn't be, well, maybe. Map errors. Token. All that can go away. Okay. So. We want to call things directly on character and give it our event instead of doing the notify directly. Like, we can still notify occupants. That's fine. If we... I want to make it easy and intuitive to work with this. And try to keep in mind making it friendly to interact with in code as well. These guys can stay internal. Okay. Get skill score. Notify is good because it lets things come through in order of them being handled, which is nice. But we've got these guys that are just wrappers for state handle. And maybe... maybe this should just be a handle event here that gets switched on the type as well. We could effectively just expose this and pass it to state handle event. Because we do want this to still be able to apply its stuff, right? So if we got rid of all this and this, we might still need this because it wraps it with extra data, right? But as long as that stays within the state machine, it would be fine. The end result of things like a get skill which actually might not be a good example anymore, because I think we just hooked up directly to get skill check. But I don't think we want to do that. I want to get everything flowing through the state machine to let it have opinions. Because right now, get skill score actually flows through there too. Yeah, it already does. Okay. Good. So we still end up going in here, and we call... I'm sure it ends up in get skill based on the switch. And we call the handle skill value check on the character, which is private. Which is good. So if we were to think about this in a different way, if we were to run this back straight through to a handle event, if it's a look result, right now it goes to notify, which is going to end up in the playing game state. We've got this happening. Which arguably... So how does this pan out in... No, this is good. Putting it through the state machine. So I'm thinking about NPCs again. So let's do a sketch. Let's use pictures to help us think. So you've got a character that's driven by a player. You've got an NPC, which is a character driven by nothing yet, but eventually a controller for NPCs, right? Some kind of AI. This has a state machine already that's figuring out what actually happens. This will need a state machine that's going to figure out what happens, right? So for this one, right now we have like alive, right? For this one, we might have troll, right? And that's going to periodically do things. It's going to run through. If we use the same state machine, I guess it gets a little bit more confusing. But we could allow this to be modular. State machine. A state is just... Yeah, okay. So a state just needs the implemented interface. So that's still fine. So when an event goes into a character, it's alive, so it ends up sending back to the client, which has a playing game state, which tells it how to talk to the connected client, right? So these would end up working more or less the same, and we can put like NPCs in a folder or something and let them worry about that. Hey Sad, how's it going? And then this is just, any game manager can trigger a game event. So if we do something like that, and then here, when it's a room enter, it figures out who is who and sends that to the client. And this can say, okay, well, I'm in patrol, so when I get a room enter event here, I look at the tags on this character, because you've given me a pointer to him, and I say, oh, he has a hostile tag, so I wind up in not patrol, but combat, the state machine. Or aggroed, right? So if instead of just notifying directly, we run through this, I think we get more modular. So when we do this, handle event, the alive state, we could move this over, because I never really liked this over here. It kind of just feels wrong to be building all this stuff here. That means our states become the differentiation between an NPC and a character, which is fine. I'm okay with that as a concept. They're in the same package, and there was a reason. And I think that reason was circular imports. Because this needs to interact with the character, for sure. Does event result? State event handled error. Do we actually use... No. If I take you out... I shouldn't close that. I take that out. Nothing is broken. Could... I don't want to do it just yet because I'm a little worried about side effects. But it could be... something we need to get rid of. Okay, let's... our state here. We could put... like, this wouldn't necessarily need to even return a result at this point. We might be able to just do our notification in here. let's... Maybe only errors and handle flag are interesting. Okay. Let's do that. And then... Well, actually, yeah, if we get rid of those, state event does go away. Handle event takes a character and a game events event, which is a very, very generic thing. Ooh, except... That's not true. This is where that would fall apart. But... we could put like some kind of an interface around that, right? That wouldn't be the end of the world by any means. Or we can switch on that, right? So, and then in places like Map or World Manager now, where we're sending back these... I could just do an empty interface for the results too. Just send me anything. And if I handle it, then I handle it. Otherwise... event type, that would go away. I don't think this actually prints. What was the syntax for that? Go get type of interface. Well, actually, hang on. We don't have to call anything like that. But, like, we should... be setting this anyway. So that would be fine. We'll put this in quotes still. That's fine. Because it's not handled, you can't do that right now. Return it. But in our state, we have a next, right? Next state. Next state is a command, though. It's not. How do we stack this up? I know we did. It's in handle event, isn't it? Next state is not nil. Return. Next state to handle event. Yeah, okay. This is not the state's next state, is it? Oh no, it's... Okay, it's the return that lets this say you should be entering a different state. Okay, yeah. This is the next state in the stack of states, right? Okay. So... let's... let's think here. And the reason we did this is because, or did things the way we did, is because a lot of this just needs to be almost a pass-through. But we can do this logic where we build these strings, and instead of all of handle server updating to switch on these things, we get a message. We can just return the strings that should be sent out, right? That'll clean up a lot of this stuff. This can go live in state. We still then need to handle piping these into the character, but that's fine. If we build the events, then we can handle the event and let the state determine what we should do. That way, if you try to move and you're dead, we return a string to you that says, you're dead. You can't do that, right? Okay. Yes. I like the ideas that I'm having here. That needs to go away. This needs to become this. Oh, there you go. Wasn't lighting up. Like so. Let's actually do the other way around, because it'll be just as clear. Ooh. Event type, your E now. It'll be just as clear, but it'll fix that. And then we need to make these more correct. Yes. Okay, hang on 1 second here. I need to go use the restroom really quick. So, I'm going to do that, and then we'll come back and we'll do this. So, refactor to use the game events. Here, still, and then pull the meat of this return from playing game state. Handle just returning, or just calling notify string data. Yeah. And then alive can still... Ooh. Let's see here. We need to also just do... Think about how alive would stack with an NPC's behaviors. I think possibly a troll, for example, would go before. Alive? Think about that just a little bit. But yeah, I'm liking how this is shaking up. Alright, I'll be right back. There we go. It is still getting warm in here. I hope it stops getting warm soon. Gotta be close, right? It's afternoon. Close to. Let me double check. What does the weather say? It says 83 is the high. And Weather Channel has made their site suck more. Hourly. Oop, I got a sneeze coming. It's stalled. Oh, that's the worst. Definitely tell it's spring here. The my allergies are going crazy. Oh no, it's going to get a little bit warmer still. It says that it's warm and humid. That's what it says. I agree. Okay, so let's think about this really quick as we're kind of just noodling our way through. We do have our scribble over here still. We'll probably save this here in a minute. But I should actually... Let me add this to my to-do list. I should install Excalibur instead of just using the web version so much. Install Excalibur. Chicken scratchy because I wasn't on the surface there, but that's fine. Hopefully I'll remember. Okay. So anything that this doesn't handle gets passed through. Yeah, so if we stacked Patrol on top of Alive, there we go. So oop, not that. This, please. If we did something like this, right? Cool. You go to there. Get you... I might like this a little bit more than Draw IO, even. Okay. So if we have something like Patrol, and then this is Alive, then an event... And let's also just... I don't know why I drew this manually instead of using the lovely built-in arrow tool. Right? This would still be able to go stacked up there, right? So that anything... this allows us to simulate inheriting any, or basically, yeah, calling super, basically. Calling super to inherit Alive's handlers. So we don't need to duplicate things like handling an attack. There we go. That'll get my memory jogged, I'm sure. I would like you to be... Whoa! Do I do... There we go. I use the return button like a human. There we go. So we can basically do something like this. And then this over here handles sending text to the client. Now, the thing I'm thinking about here and noticing... Let's, that. Let's think here. Yeah, I guess notify can still make sense. But we need to think about how do we get this to the NPC? So this right here could use notify. Which we do, I believe, currently. No, we do it in character. Here we go. So for things like the move... Well, for move, we handle directly in the map. And this is part of that sort of split behavior that I was trying to clean up. But like a get attribute score. We handle it, we get a result. We return that directly as an int. So this would end up going away, or just becoming a wrapper for a game event. Which is why we had this extra state, because we had some extra things in here, and we still want to keep our events from getting too huge, right? I'm okay with adding like a get skill event. Or like a skill check event. That would be okay. And then this can be like a convenience that just creates that event and then shoots it into here. That'd be okay. No problems there. But in here, notify. Where do we call notify? Nowhere. I'm going to call you in here. We don't call you in here at all. Okay. Because everything's still kind of in flux. We call notify directly over here, which perhaps we shouldn't do. We should call handle event, maybe. But then, okay, so if we want to be able to inherit these behaviors still, which we do, then we can't rely solely on notify building strings, right? Notify still needs to hand off some kind of notification event. It can populate things. We also have to consider this, right? Where the client is sending data into the state machine, which ends up generating events, right? For the server, like so. Okay. So that's a thing to think about. But if this handles things, maybe that's okay. Otherwise, in here, we have to have a whole bunch of stuff. But we can also stack up you're not connected. We could also stack up some other stuff here because of the way we've implemented that stacking, to where we've actually got like a separate deal here that implements the same interface. Oops, arrow please. Like, it could implement the state machine interface or the state handler interface. That'd be okay. But this could be like default NPC state. And that could be how we do, like, what does a guard look like versus what does a merchant look like, right? Or like, we could call it archetype NPC state. Guard, merchant, etc. Let's do this. There we go. Yeah. That would be... And then this could actually just go back to there. And really, I think this should end up looking like that, but I'm not sure yet. That way, we continue to pass through anything that isn't handled. We might want to replace it, though. It's possible. We'll probably have to refine our state machine a little bit to make that easier if we wanted to do something like that. And then we can take this further still by having some kind of a unique NPC sort of idea. I wish these things would snap a little bit cleaner. There's probably a button for I'm just ignorant of. Unique NPC handler. Optional. So we can do something like that. And then we don't have to. I keep saving out of habit there. And then, like, if we had to, we can still listen to notify here. But I don't think we want to. Because if we just handle everything in the state machine, then this NPC file doesn't grow huge. And we don't have to duplicate anything to make a new merchant. They get the merchant state, and if they needed something extra, it could be inserted in this stack at some point. So we could even go like... we could actually flip these around. Right. You. Come with it, please. So we can do something like this. Buttons, buttons, buttons. There we go. Like that. Yeah. Okay. I think we're going to proceed with this as an idea until such time as it becomes proven that it's a bad plan. And we'll hope that that doesn't happen. Let me delete those. I'm going to rename this so it's not 3. Because I kept saving out of reflex, and we'll put you... we're just putting our docs at the root here. That's fine. I don't... hang on. Yeah, I'm going to use the regular old file browser here. Mongoose engine. There we go. Okay. And let's do a quick add sketch of proposed character state flow character NPC state flow. The question kind of becomes like, does notify still fit into this world? And I think it does, because you still have to have a way to attach to this character object. Yeah. That seems sensible. Okay. So. Handle event, event results, state, event result, handled error, and result interface. I think result is not useful or interesting. Well, actually, hang on. Result is still interesting because some things do need to return directly, regardless of where we put them, right? And we can still have some named helpers here that still run through the state machine, but they help us to just create things more easily, so we can just call our get skill check or whatever. Yeah, skill check directly with an argument and get an int back. Just for convenience, but the rest of it will still run through as it does now. The handle event helper here. And then character will have just handle event instead of notify will get called. Hey, Mr. Mongoose, how are you today? Making progress in Mud Dungeon. Hey, Mr. Crescio. I'm doing all right. Making some pretty good progress, I think. I was just noodling through an idea here for... because we want to try to collapse the character state events into the game event system as well, right? Because it's still just too complicated. We want it to be as simple as possible. And I was thinking that, any game manager that can trigger an event can send us things directly to our state machine if we allow that, right? Which this is more of a, like, you call it on client, or you will call it on client. But we can put the logic for building the strings into our alive state machine and then return it. And I'm still not 100% sure there's not something hiding in here, but then I was thinking about, like, NPCs. When we have them, we can have, different states for, aggro and patrol or whatever. We could also stack these states because of the way we've implemented them. So we can have like a unique handler or an additional handler if you need it. You can have an archetype, so like a guard or a merchant or whatever. And then anything that's just common, like, handling being attacked or whatever, can go into here. And then this actually really just goes away. So that all the logic for what they should be doing is kind of plug and play here. So if it's not handled here, falls through to here, 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 and then it should probably error if it's not handled at all. Or maybe not even error, but maybe warn. There may still be things in here that make alive for a character different than for an NPC. But I'm not sure yet. It would be nicer to deal with that, I think, than to have two different Mondo switch statements in here for handling the client and the server updates, right? If handle server update can get collapsed into state, I would be happier. That is junk. Sounds good, right? It's kind of what I was thinking. Like, I started to get excited as it started to shape up in my brain and on the scratch pad there. It was one of those things where, like, I just felt good about it. But also, if we had to, we could, like, insert a character alive state ahead of a generic alive state if we had to break it up. So I think that's what I'm going to do until I run into a blocking problem that makes that a dumb idea. I'm going to investigate that sort of concept. So let's go ahead. We've got this. That's switched to an interface. We're still going to keep event result. And it's optional, basically, for things like the skill check where we need to return a value. But game events, this is actually just event that's not the correct switch statement. Because we're going to have the possibility of any game event coming in. We need to have a good understanding of which events are parent events and which are child events, essentially. Well, I guess we don't really have a parent-child so much. So, like, apply damage. We need to look at my draw IO stuff here. What did we say to ourselves about event notes? Things like an attack. We don't have an event for you yet. You're going to be a game event. Execution type, source, and target. As opposed to a room event. Okay, yeah, that's where my confusion is coming from here. Because it's not really a parent-child. It's more of an initiator event versus an update type event. An initiator says, hey, a thing is being done. We need to handle that. Because we have to be able to say from the client, hey, you need to do an attack on and do that. And let the state machine say, you can't do that, you're dead. Or, sure, here you go. And put it into our stuff. So we can still switch on the type here. That's still good. But then I need to switch again on e dot type. Like this. But it's not e dot, it's not execution type. It's just type. That's what, there we go. That. Invalid type switch guard. Non-interface type event type on the left. Oh, right. I just need this, duh. I need to switch on the type. And I can't do that assignment. I can only do it on a type switch. Okay, because it's an enum, not a interface. Goofy me. This is still fine. This is not correct. Did I not? I didn't. Okay. These go away for now. I can bring them back if I need to. So if you're an apply damage type, we pull this up like so. This isn't going to be that. And we don't really have... We have a text notification, a room event, a look result, room event and event are becoming very similar here. Might be able to collapse them together. So if we have a target, and we have an interface here for data, and we can throw in a bool for success the same way, then we could get rid of room event. Should be able to reuse game event for this now. And we could just give it a type of room event. But it should have a better type than that. Right now we just have apply damage, which sucks, but in fact, I'm almost thinking, let's not even handle this anymore. Our types here will have to grow for this if we do this, which is fine. A little bit, anyway. So well, apply damage could be used multiple different ways, though. Because it could be like environmental. let's leave it. Let's leave it in here. We'll handle it. So it's a game event now. The data needs to be an int. Otherwise, we're in trubs. Handle the damage in this helper. Otherwise, if our HP is 0, then we go to dead. Otherwise, we just return the result, which we said is handled. Cool, that's fine. That takes care of that. This will need to be added, though, because we don't have anything even close right now. Quick look, search, character save, character log out. Let's say skill check. And there was title casing, so we'll just keep doing that. Okay. We move this, and data again will be our friend. Data is a UUID here. Data. Handle it or not. Do as we do. Okay. We have get attribute right now. I guess we can add it. We'll see. See if it comes up or not. I collapsed you. There we are. Okay. Attribute check. Same deal. Like so. How are you today, Mr. Crasho, by the way? I got sidetracked and totally forgot to ask. What you working on? Get skill. Skill value check as opposed to what? Handle skill value check. Oh, that was for getting... This just gets the skill and the bonus. I'm gonna not handle that for now. The... Yeah. If we need to know about it, we can add it later. But I'm a little dubious that we do need it. Apply effects. Still finishing work stuff. Some big refactor that was long overdue. Hope I'm finishing it. Gotcha. I hope it is going well and that you're happy with the way it's shaping up. And then decrement effect. I don't need to do that. I need to just copy paste and adjust, or cut paste and adjust. Data. Remove effects. We could... We've already got remove effect over here. We might as well just use it, I guess. I was thinking if there was a way we could be clever about it here without being terrible and making it a hard to understand mess. Deleted a lot of code, so yes, it's looking much better. Excellent. It's always a good day when you can delete a lot of code. Okay. So do look. This just actually needs to become a look event handler. And then here we need to do our switching. Switch depending on if we are the source or not. Right? Because right now, handle event, event target, get look event. Right now we pass right back into handle event. State, event, get look data. So this basically just becomes this guy here anyway. Agree you can't have bugs in code that doesn't exist, right? Well, that and like, you know, the most foolproof way to optimize is just to do less stuff. Fastest code is the code that's never run. Exactly, yeah. Doing less stuff. Always faster. Get look data. So this, if target ID, right? Because, oh no, because you're an interface, not a game object. Should that be a game object? No, because we use this for tags. Okay. So theoretically, this shouldn't happen. Well, no, that's not true, is it? Because we broadcast a look. No. We give it a result. But it doesn't necessarily have to be. Like, this might get wrapped up into event as well. We get a source, we get data. The difference is the type, right? Getting these condensed down would be good. Okay, so we need to handle two cases here. If we're the source, is me, Oh, right. Because I'm in the same package, I don't need that. And that begs the question of, is this a result or is this the initiating event, right? We could do a flag, like, is this a trigger? Or we can keep having different results and leave this as just a trigger. Let's leave it as a trigger for now. Because that'll also kind of tidy this up, or keep it tidy, I guess I should say. So we did a look, send the event. And return. Okay. Otherwise, somebody else did a look. Build the look event, notification event. Send it to... Actually, it's going to end up being ourselves, right? Because we need to let this resolve what to do with that. Whether that be... We need to send it through c.state. Because there might be things, if we're here, something might be before us. We don't know for sure. This character state machine. And I should be more explicit here, I think. That this is this character, the one I'm attached to. Right? What does that look like? It looks like handling a look result, right? Except for that's not... That's up here. Like this. And then, not case, but if, source ID is this character ID, and actually I want to shorten this char. We did the look, return that string, or notify rather the character of that. Thinking about, am I setting myself up for success here or not? I could do... like a notify event so that it could intercept if it needed to. So I can change that later if I have to and still get it to something else. But I think I'm just going to wire it up for notify for character here. And we can change, we can add a character specific alive to... yeah. Have to head out. Hopefully I'll see you next time. Yeah, hopefully so. I'm glad there's still people live streaming while using their brains instead of yelling at a chatbot, right? I try to be the change I want to see in the world. You know? Like all the pumpkin spice latte holding people keep telling us to be. Yeah, okay. So we notify the character of our look and return. Otherwise, someone else did the look. So we need to worry about the target here. Right? That's what look event has. Or look result, rather. Look result has data, so... and actually we need to do that first. So we can switch on the type here for the data. Because this could be a room, it could be a character. It could just be text. So look result. Yeah, okay, so that's going to be D for data. Make it data for data. E data type. Case, no. Case character. We looked at a character. Well, actually, no. So here we got to think too. I don't want this to be a character that comes back. Room data or a pointer to a character. Well, yeah, I do want it to be still. So, if it's a text notification, notify this char and return. Right. if it's a character and the source is us, we need to build the look result string and return. Notify this char and return. Yeah. If its source is not us, build the well, if we keep with our room event idea that we were kind of going with here, let's get rid of that for now. Let's keep room event. It's helpful, I think. Do we even need these anymore? Skill ID, yes, we do, because we still need to give you the data. Success, dubious. Source, here, as a game object, is an interesting thing. There could be like that could be nil or it could be an object. So that might be good for our handling. So let's leave that. Yeah. Am I crazy or the Twitch stream lags about 10 seconds behind YouTube? It could be. It could be. They both run through Restream, so any interruption here will affect or should affect them both equally. But Twitch is doing a thing where they're trying to add buffering to streams. And also they do have some delay settings. I shouldn't be set on any. But they do exist for people that are playing games and don't want to get stream sniped. But there's a lot of machinery involved in there, so it could very well be that. I think the only thing I would rule out is that you're crazy based upon only that data point. Other confounding factors may exist. Okay, so yeah, so room event, if we keep that as a thing, and if we were to return that instead of, because we still have the type. So if the type is still a look event and we notify, we send that to everybody, just say handle event or room event. And I think I want to break this up into files for trigger events and result events. That'll help to keep me straight, I think, in the future as to what I should be using. But event, yeah, okay. So if we do that, and then we assume that a look result is always going to be something that's returning. That simplifies things, right? So then we know that if the source ID is not us in look result, then things are wonky. Never streamed myself, but it's possible they have to re-encode also. Maybe. Actually, I don't know for sure. I started using Restream when I started dual streaming, and I haven't done it without it, just because upload bandwidth is one of my limiting factors. So only having one stream going up is very advantageous to me. And then they can deal with splitting it at their big beefy data center connection. So, notify this character in return. Case if it's character in my look results. If I'm the source, and if I give myself a character back, and up here we didn't handle YouTube and Twitch have to re-encode incoming stream for different resolutions. Right. But I should be streaming in the resolutions that they want to have? And I don't know if they need to encode that or not. That's an interesting question. I've never really thought about it too much. You probably only stream in one resolution, the highest one. Right, but that also gets dynamically changed based on the connection too. Like if my upload goes to crap, like it, often does. I've dropped, 8.6% of my frames. Then it steps down because it doesn't have enough data. And I don't know if that is a re-encode or if there's some other cleverness, because I've never really dug into the guts of that. They have to re-encode to different formats and resolutions to support different devices. Do they have to re-encode, or does the device and the browser deal with displaying whatever? Like, I guess I don't know if, 1080p and 460p are a full re-encode, or if it's just a lesser stream or something where they just omit some data. They have to re-encode because all formats don't use same codecs? Oh, okay, yeah. I guess that would make sense. Double check this really quick. Make sure nothing's going crazy. Oh, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. Okay, so do I still need to handle this? If we make only a look result come back to me, if it's a text notification, I still just beacon that on. We assume it's a failure, right? If it's a character, and if the source ID is me, that shouldn't be valid. Unless because I need to get look data from the other guy if it isn't me, right? So how do I want to do that? Right now, I have a look at helper, which used to send me a look at event, but although YTDLP says for this stream 5 different resolutions and all in AVC1 video and MP4A audio codecs. Yeah, okay, interesting. I don't know a ton about encoding video. I have not worked in that field at this point. I presume that's like advertising resolutions it's available in, and they're not actually sending all that, right? Guess I don't know what the difference would be, really. Okay, so we would have to handle the look event here. Send the event in return. Build the look notification event. Send it through this character state machine. This would be the target state machine. In theory. And if we make any game event or any game object able to handle to just have a handle event, that allows us to wire up things like descriptions and whatnot for items. Browser video player, YT browser video player, right, chooses the resolution based on available bandwidth, but all 5 are available simultaneously. Huh. Don't know about Twitch, but probably the same. Well, like, it wouldn't make sense to be encoding all 5 unless there were people requesting all 5, though, right? Like, it's probably it's probably saying that these are available, I would think. And then you can subscribe to whichever stream, and then it can changed based on that, based on the available bandwidth and the performance it's getting and seeing. Which would be why I would assume why you have to, like, if you change the resolution of a video that you're watching, like, it takes a second to load it. And then assuming it's a higher resolution and your connection really shouldn't be doing that, it's going to take even longer to load, and then it's going to, struggle to buffer. But I would assume that they're not just... They encode them all by default because they use the same data for viewing video after the stream ends. I don't think that's true, because after a stream ends, it tells me that it's queued to be encoded or something like that. I forget the exact verbiage. But there is a queue to process them before they're available. You change resolution, it takes a second to load it because of buffering. Right, but, like, it makes no sense to fill a buffer that's getting thrown away, right? Although, depending on the percentage of code they have being written by chatbots, they could be, I suppose. They probably do another step of encoding for video publishing. Yeah, that could be. Like, I would assume that they would be caching, like, the raw data as it existed in the format I streamed it, and then encoding again on the fly if anybody's watching back after, or but before the processing. You can see how it works when you right-click on a video and YT select stats for nerds. Well, you can see some stuff, but... like, if there were 5 streams available, and they were all coming to your computer, that would make 0 sense, right? Because then you would be downloading all 5 instead of just 1. And it makes no sense to have a worker... encoding it to a format that nobody's requesting either. Like, it might be, but it just that would seem silly to me. Yes. Okay. So build the look notification event. Right. Okay. So, if the source is us on a look result, then the data had better be a character. Well, I guess we've done that the other way around. That's fine. Data is a character if it was us. Build that return. Else build the notice. This isn't... We should just notify this character in return. Maybe log a warning. Events are flying around places that make no sense. They're not all coming to your computer as the one video player select. Right. So case character. This goes away. If this is a room data, Then build the look result string, notify this char, and return. Okay. What else could it be? Right now, that's all. Default, spit out some sort of warning. Okay. Just gonna do that so it'll compile. Let's see here. There. Just do that. So getting look data. Give us look result. We need to handle room event, right? That's our other, and then default spit out some sort of warning about getting unhandled. This should actually probably be and hand it off to next state if applicable, I think is what I want. Okay. So here, look event, if I'm receiving a look event, we should still guard it. We can do this. We're expecting target to be a character. If target, or just if target, ID, this char ID. Then down here, get look data. This would come up here. And then here, probably want to add both types of look. Quick versus the versus regular. Okay. And then we made search its own event. Right. Search event, yeah, okay. Right there. This was my types. Okay, so then we have get name is its own creature. I would hate to have like a look type in there. I don't want that. Oh, we do have quick look and look, so that, yeah, that we can use drive it off that. Maybe that's the difference. Maybe a quick look gives you the name. Is anything using get name? It has to be, because it says yeah. It says who's in the room. Source, get name. Yeah, okay. Um, that's probably fine. I don't know if it makes any sense. For now, I think we're going to go with it. When we send a look event... look result. Type. So that makes all of that just that. And then we would need to do another handler here. This would be... if the target is a character and it's us, we do that. That would be not that anymore. This is going to look almost identical, but that's okay for now. We're just going to return first and last name. And these need to, instead of just returning, or do they, can they just return? Maybe that's okay. Yeah, let's go with that for now. This. Think about it a little bit. When we get the result, text notification's easy. We just send it to us. We just need to build. The source is us. Then that. Okay, yeah. And return. A look result shouldn't be happening, so that's correct. Room data, we do that. Okay. Room event. Okay, so here... this we need to... resolve. So... and we can keep our get name as a helper. I'm okay with that. And then a room data has a source... well, has a source type. Which is an event type. Wait, no. Not room data, room event. Duh. There we go. That makes way more sense. So if... the source ID it shouldn't be doesn't make sense for anything other than a character to be doing a look event right now. But I guess we can just say well, okay. Game object ID get name. Game objects must have a get name. So that's fine. Okay. So yeah, so we still need to do well, I just don't want a nested and ugly or mess here. We need to know if we don't notify ourselves of the thing, then we have to build that string someplace else that says you attack or you examine or whatever, right? And character and mock character. And we also need to account for things that are objects or whatever. Like, if the object is a trap, we could use a room event to trigger it. So we just got to carefully handle these, I think, and have different cases. We can do a switch on the type of the source, I suppose. Right, and then if it's a character, if it's us, build the notification message and notify this char. Can do that. And return. Build, I guess, yeah. Message for the source. Notify this char and return. Right. And then we just need to know what kind of type the target is. But we don't, because it's a game object, so we can get a couple things out of it for sure. Okay. Yes, all right. And then default spit out some sort message about unhandled event sources. Okay. What are you? Character does not implement game object. That's a lie. Did I accidentally? No. Get name, look at string. It must just be the errors in here still. Okay, we're gonna leave that for now. And then we've got our get name, which is really the quick look event. So we don't need to do that. That's been done. Our default here. Two defaults, right? Unhandled events handed off to next state. Double check my nesting here. Look result versus event. So you need a default. Which should be it's a game event. I guess this would also just be switch on the type. See if next state can resolve this. Basically is what we want to do. And then that means, so these guys go in here as other potential things that this event coming in could be. This is just going to be the same, I bet. Handle event, this character, and then the event. Cool. I think this is just going to be the same exact thing. Because in either case, we want it to fall through. If it's a game event, but not a type we know how to handle, see if the next one can, if it exists. If it's a look result or a room event, we handle it. These are like my resulting events. And again, if nobody handles it, see if the next state can. Yeah, okay. Oh boy. You... That's enter the state, not the room. That's fine. We'll leave that for now. But I believe... Oops. I believe we call this on character. Or we want to, anyway. Okay. Let's go back to character here. And unclutter this thing. Actually, let's pull this over here because we're going to move things around a lot. What do you say that you're missing? Character does not implement game object. Because this is actually going to be a pointer. That's why. Okay. You. Applying a damage. This is a game event. Type. Apply damage. Data is the amount. Who uses this? Applied statuses? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Because there might be like a resist or something, some kind of a thing. But state doesn't know about that yet. It'll have to resolve that inside of alive. That's fine. Ah, I've become blurry. Okay, so since I'm blurry anyway, I'm going to take a quick second and grab a beverage, and I'll be right back, and then we'll fix the camera and continue cleaning this up. There we go. Okay. Now, let's fix you really quick. There we go. Now, look at needs to do a thing. It's a helper. And we need to go wire this up still to the correct responses, but I want you to be collapsed again really quick here. Look at is going to need a source in the same way get name does. Right? Ooh, actually, hang on. Double check this. Character and mock character. Okay, that's fine. Oop, there we go. There. Okay. Wire that up. Perfect. Use the correct thing. Okay. Look at an event now needs to be a game events look, or no, event. Sorry. Type. Do I want to look or do I want a quick look? I'm going to say look event because get name is going to be wired up to quick look. I think. Source is source. Target is C. Data is nil. Handle that result. Gets us a string. Or... yeah, gets us a string. That's fine. Search. No usages. I'm gonna think about that a little bit. So either we create these events in playing game state, or we continue to have these helpers but we have to pass so much data in if we want this to be meaningful. I guess not for search. And then we didn't handle that in here. It'll actually be below here. Search event. Build and send the event to world manager. And if you're just going to call handle event on it, like, why? Why have this? And it's going to have a search result come back. And see, this has already become unclear because we need to check here that the source ID if it's us is when we do this. If we're the target, though, because we're thinking about putting the handle event in here. Otherwise, we are the target. So in this case, probably return a failure, right? So let's get rid of this thing then. We just need to call, or we just need to handle event, a search event on us, our character we're bound to, over in playing game state. Get name though, that is still a thing. Event type get, no. Event. Quick look event. Source is source. Target is us. Data is nil. Okay. And then handle the event. This right now is returning. That's fine, I think. We'll go from there. Skill check we're still going to want to use. It's still an event. It's a game event. Skill check. Source is something we should probably provide as a game object. It might have bearing. Target is us. Data is the skill ID. We handle the event. We get an answer. And then these things need to get moved in to the event, to this. Okay. We're going to think about how we're going to wire that up. So if I do a look, or in this case a quick look, actually, how do I differentiate between events I send? Well, I guess the source is me. If I build it and send it that way. C tag list, c.log. It would be nice. Because there's a couple different cases, right? So Could be sending this event. In which case we just need to build this and squirt it into our character's send event, which is fine. The other case is we've received it and we're supposed to resolve what that looks like and return that. So if it's a character and it's me, I return that. Else, or I guess do. So in either case, it'll be handled. If the target ID is me, I return that. Otherwise, I do... Like, it wouldn't make sense to do, target get name with me as the source. Result. Oh wait, no. Result. Is equal to this, is what it would look like. Let's call you... Oh wait, no, that just literally steps on. Let's put that back. This needs to be not result, but data. Handled error data. There we go. So it wouldn't make sense to do quick click event. Get name on you is my data, which will put you directly into there. It doesn't make sense to send events in here. These need to be sent from the character handler, I think. It just doesn't make sense to have them here. But it is nice to have them as a convenience wrapper. We'll leave them for now. They still send the event. Because when we resolve it, we figure out what we need to know. So for in the instance of this, if the target is me, then cool, I handle it, I return it. Like so. If it's not, then somebody has sent me a quick look event, and I need, or No. That doesn't make sense either. If it's a quick look event and I'm the target, then I'm the authoritative answer. I reply, right? Okay. Piece of cake there. So in here, optionally, if I'm hiding or something, then the hiding state should intercept this and impose a skill check on the source. I don't know what optionally serves in that sentence anymore. There we go. So if I'm hiding or something, then the hiding state should intercept this and impose a skill check on the source. If it passes, it can pass through to me and get this answer, right? But if I'm not the target of this event, why would I be getting it? Right? So either that would be the trigger that said I need to descend this, but then I've just gone through a bunch of extra steps. Except. It does make sense to put it over here. Because if the state that handles this event says I can't do that for some reason, then I wanted to stop it here without doing stuff in here, right? So, like, let's say my state is, well, blind would be more of a condition, which is an interesting differentiator. Between a condition and a... maybe conditions should be able to apply states. Which leads to needing... some kind of selector for them. We'll worry about that later. But if it existed there, then I would want to intercept this, right? And say, no, you're not allowed to quick look. You're blind. Or do I do that? Like based on tags in here. I'm the trigger, so I should send the event. Because I would still want that to run through the system, I think. Or do I? Does it matter? The other option is to continue to have it in here, though. Quick look event. Target ID is me. Yeah, I think the complexity living in here is still the right answer. So but then they have to build. Yeah, that's still fine. It'd be send the event, and it's just event, right? E is my event. Game events event is a type message broker. Oh, right. Message. Create is still true. M data is E. And then send event, new message. And this opens up the ability to apply delays and stuff like that. Okay. So you're going to go away. We're going to have the same thing happen over here in quick look as we did in quick look. So I'm going to chuck this in here still just in case I happen to be reading this one and not the other. And this is going to be basically the same. Because the alive behavior is to forward that on. Okay, perfect. And then get attribute score. Is an attribute check. We can leave you as a help because you're a getter, not a setter. We can leave you as a helper. This just needs to be replaced. Game object, not game object, event, right? Type, skill check, no, attributes. Attribute check. Source is me. Target for an event is an interface. I can make it that. And then in here, target instead of data. We might not need the data field. Might be able to get away without it. Let's find out. This is the skill check. Wait, no, this is skill score. Hey, hang on. These guys are the ones that go away. The dues. These guys stay. Okay, there we go. Move. Move is gonna go away as well. Well. Move is gonna get moved into here, basically. Movement, character, direction, long. Yeah. Okay. That's still fine. This has no more opinion on the target, so that's fine. Okay. Skill check. Get skill score went away. That's why I'm confused, because this just used to return the raw skill value. I don't want that anymore. I just want a skill check for now. We'll put it back if we need to do it. Skill check, though, is pretty basic. Source and an ID. We have a skill check here. We would need to... We're going to keep this because having it send that out doesn't really make any sense. I'm not sure. I'm still a little hazy on this split up. I'm not sure that I like it. But these are mostly things that we call on the character itself to get its properties or its results, right? So we're going to go with that. These fellas... we'll need to wire those up. Okay. So. We're going to do that. That's going to be a task for tomorrow. Because it has been 4 hours. And I stream for about 4 hours, 4 days a week, starting today and ending on Monday. So... tomorrow, I'll be back at around 10 a.m. Central doing the rest of this, and I'm going to kind of try to think about it in the background. I'm not sure I love having this send events like this at the same time. I don't know. We're going to have to kind of consume it and see if we hate it, I think, unfortunately. Because I've never written an event system like this. But we'll kind of figure it out tomorrow. So thank you to those of you who came to hang out with me. It was good to see. Those of you who are returning viewers, it was good to meet those of you who are new. I would love to see you again tomorrow, but if not, you guys have yourselves a great weekend anyway, and I will catch you some other time on down the road. Yeah, thanks for being here, Mr. Creshaw. But yeah, thanks again, everybody. Bye.